Hello, everyone. It is Lego time. Lego time. Legos. I specifically have um technically 4 sets sitting on the table itself right now. They're criticals for today, and I have a whole bunch more I pulled that are sitting under the table of varying sizes. So depending on where I am, when I am, have a little bit of backup time. Yes, you are on time, Miss Echo. Told you were already. I told you weren't allowed to be considered late because we talked about when I was streaming. Therefore, you can't be late. Anya! Up goes that cute caddy. Yay, you're on time, like usual, Miss Echo. Exactly. Now, last week, prime subject was the freight airport. That was not the set I'd been asking for. This was, and I ended up getting this just a little bit later, like within the same year I'd gotten the first airport, the passenger airport. Now, I'm going to preface, yes, I do have the road plates it came with. I did not bring them out here because they would literally just take up the entire table lengthwise, and I felt like that would be, it's more of a play function than necessary for the actual build process. And even in the instructions, they were talking about, rearrange them however you feel would be more fun, like all 4 pieces in a line, off in an L shape like they have on the display here. So there's the 2 straights, the T, and the pull-up pad. I usually would set it up in this fashion. But I just printed those instructions up today because this is a really old set, and yet its instructions had initially been lost to the flood of days. But last time I built this, I was at least somewhat smart. I mini baggied the portions, so it'll be easier to deal with building this. Also on tonight's beverages, we do have a lovely Yingling, so we are prepared for a good evening. Right, and pull forward a spoons and one of those, so I'm a little more prepared. Okay, let us start with page 1 here. Steps 1 through 3, 1 through 3, and 4. The luggage cart boy. I did not feel this was worth separating into 2 bad. That would have been silly. All right, so front end starts with wheels. Old school trailer hitch piece. Set. Fix that. It's a little deep. And a chair. Of course, he deserves a chair. And he has a little signal paddles. Because not only is his job as luggage cart man, he's also flags in the airplane man. He's a multitasker. He's got a lot of things to do in his day. Caddy's Earl? No, I'm not adorable. I'm Caddy. This one. Yep, square on the one side, square on the other side. Wheels. You can really tell some of these pieces are old. They are not. They do not have their stick power anymore. This is a well played with set. We are a little dude. He's in a little luggage tractor. Part 1. Also, we are brought to you by Stitch in a Tutu. And yes, Tanya, you are correct. Caddy the dog. No, no, that's silly. This set also has interesting function, as in I was too scared to try and put it together myself when I first got it. Back in the day, Lego sets were basically just all of the pieces in a box in baggies, not separated by number, bag 1 through 20 or whatever. Just all of these pieces, all of these, and all of these, and all of, was all in a box. I was actually too scared to put it together because it looked too intimidating. But, Aunt Sharon actually came over and was visiting, and she saw that I wasn't playing with my Lego set, and she's like, "Why not?" I'm like, "Scared." She's like, "Okay, I'll help." And she built one of the things out of the set, and then once that was done, I felt less intimidated by it. But this set was really going heavy on the airplane parts, specifically like these base pieces and whatnot, which is really cool because there was a lot of them in here total. Made for a very fun set as a kid. I can't believe I've not missed a stream in so long. Oh, you did 170 stream streak? Good gravy. And oh, Ferb guy, I missed your message. Ferb guy, over 2 months of watch streak. Year 65 stream streak. Sorry, that was off to the right, and I noticed these things. 170 streams in a row. That is crazy. Y'all insane. Oh, I don't get what you like about this dopey lion so much that you keep watching him, but down for it. that. And a nicer computer screen than the previous set. I like a little crosshair and some buttons and some stuff. Feels more like it's actually a pilot seat. And there were 2 of the joysticky things, the gear shifters. Did like that almost every Lego helicopter was double joystick based as opposed to like steering yoke or something like that. It's kind of added a little something. Joystick is definitely worn down. All right. Pass through. Thingies. A much more yellowed one on the inside. He's well past his safe space. So he can get putty. There you go, little guy in your jumpsuit with a red helmet. Nose. I'm a good girl. Silly plushy Nepal. I'm a good girl. I'm a good girl building my Legos on stream for all of you to enjoy. And let you see some sets from probably before a lot of you were born. Cool effect. It's kind of hard to see, but the way they put the computer screen, it's actually its top gets connected underneath the nose piece. So it's like downplaying the what I would consider a cool part. And that's like, wow. That's something really cool, but it's not even really the important thing. It's just kind of there. The only thing I was annoyed at by this was it's kind of played off as a passenger helicopter, but there's no way you can actually sit another person in here. Just the nature of the back of it. It literally does not fit. Little tailpipes. Get lickies, nerd. Oh, hello, silly Lily. Yes, you are. And admittedly, these redeems and the truth that they are seems part of why we like watching. Ow, ow. Oh, and on this step, we built all of those people. I'm assuming you took the time to build all of those people. We didn't have that. He didn't exist, but this step we built him. Magically appears in there. Page 2, he gets put in together. Figured I'd point out that one little flaw. Okay. Orbiter goes across there. Yet another sticker that has been on this piece of Lego since I was a wee one. Seriously, these old Lego airplane props being used as the tail rudder for the helicopter. Cinch. That is beautiful. Coughs. Oof. A hairball. Must be because yours, because I'm a puppy. Silly puppy. That snurps in. So there's a little bit of fin on the back, the one side, and the rotary part on the other side. Okay, next we need to put a square on there. Two twos stacked together. Go. They're basically under things anyway, so they're not really critical. Lurk. Silly Lily be lurking. Oh, and here's where they're kind of teasing, because you put windows in the back half, but because the floor is raised up and then there's no way to get into there like you can for the front section, can't exactly use this as a passenger transport easily. You practically have to take the thing halfway apart to get a passenger in and out of there. So I'd say that is the only thing really as a kid that annoyed me about this set. Or this part of the set, anyway. A joink. A joink. Now, the fun roof construct. Like that. That. Briefer goes towards the back. Goofy goes the front. Oh, I missed those little flats on. I will get that. Let's go up here. And this particular helicopter only has 2 blades, but they are the 10 wide long pieces, so got a lot of going on. Got plenty of blade. There we are. Next part of this set, LL Bell helicopter. So this set really had a lot going on. It wasn't just an airplane and a building, which again, this building is actually way bigger than I would have expected for something in this age. Also, this plane is a lot nicer and more interesting than the freight plane from last week's first set. Note how many pieces it is, for one thing. That's just the plane itself. And this Mr. Pilot Man still has most of his little emblems on his shirt. Big long red piece. Big red freshness lasts right through it. Your fresh breath goes on and on. While you chew it, take a bite a little longer. Make it last a little longer. Don't need those for a hot minute. These I will need sooner rather than later. Them over. Red square. And a little white square. Where's the NATO white square? Engines are definitely later. Also, you know this jet is bigger than the last one because it has 4 engines, whereas the one from last week had all of 2 engines. That back in there. So lost. There's a little white square. I don't know if that's the right one, but found it. All right, now big long splooper. Lane base. That way. That was steps 1 through 3, and then 4 here, we do a lot more. All right. I mentioned, yes, those particular pieces get used right away. Make the belly of the plan. This little diggler and put that base 4 back from the front. Jack. And another little red square. Tail zone. Kind of cinching that in. So far, we have a tube. I'll have to put the other bits on. That. The big long whites. They're mostly still white. They're barely yellowed from age. And a couple of twos. Yeah, very, very still perfectly white too. Got it. A red splinker off the bum. Wings already in place. Getting somewhere. I'm going to put the wing lights on the very tip, not on the cinder fires. That's interesting. I need to go make noms. Be back in a few. Well, there'll be some construction happening while you're gone. You'll get to see a surprise of improvement. One back there. You with two stuck on its roof. Next to where the one is for sure. Two of the long readies. That side. Did I do it the right way? Actually, I did. Nice. And on the back and that 8 on the front. Two in the front. Behind it. White square. Right there. Two of the armrest thingers. Another one of this amazing control panel, but this is actually how the plane is controlled, not via joystickles. Very important to note. Much difference. More of these one-zos. Two, an 8, and a 2. Or I think they made the 4-piece flat. They did make the 8, so we have that to work with. There we go. And 4 yellow seats. Yes, this plane is a 4-passenger ride. 4 Lego people can go on a trip in a single jet. So for modern day, you somehow fit 20 people in that same space. Bad modern joke. This fella on the tail. Nosy on. Two side bibblers. There's the other side bibbler. Where we insert the pilot. Hello, Wild. Welcome in. Building another 1980s Lego set. Was 1985 again. This airport, the passenger airport. I know. All these modern things. Caddy. Mom, why didn't you do something old? They're all the way up from the 80s. That's like recent. That's like yesterday. find something? Yes, I did. Other one that was supposed to have already been in there. Sometimes when you're looking at these printed instructions, it is a little bit hard to spot every detail. Wait a minute. I sworn there was a... Why was it thing? I just didn't put it in. Yeah. Yeah. Those are both sixers. So for your curvy thing, windows all along the side. Also, the windows do not come pre-populated in there. They just assumed you'd figure out you put the little windows in the little window holes. Early old Lego at least, thought we weren't stupid. A white flapply. Yeah. All right, another sixer. A one on tail end this time. One of these little curved jigs on the ass. Purple. Single flat red. And a flat loose. Starting to look like a plane though, isn't it? Oh, I gotta put the window on. See why they recommend you put that on there before you put it on the plane. There we are. We have a nose. Next. Put that on. Aider. That attaches all three together. Six bibbler off the tail. And four of these fellers. And the Lego is more form over function. They did like to have the function of you being able to get your minifigures without having to take apart half of the critter. So, yes. This is again a flap roof. See, flaps open, then gets your 4 passengers and your little special luggage compartment we just built there a moment ago. I know, mind blown. That Majiggle goes on there. Before you do any more of that fun, put a light on the belly. Boop. Spinny plate. There. Yeah, I know, this part's almost done. You can see by the lack of pieces and the fact that there's most of a plane in front of you. This is why there was that little skip boo in the back middle. That's where the rear wheels go. All four. That's the way they want me to. Square it off like that. Yeah, that's right. The other ones go a little bit more inside. Forward one. And then we put on wheel on the spin-a-majig. 2 wheels on the rear. and there, the plane is now up on its own abilities. We finish off with the little 3 wide slanters and the tail fin, which again, it's a printed piece like the previous tail fin. There we are. Oh, that's a new redeem. Okay, I'll do outfit description and then fem voice as well. I'll do them at the same time. Okay, well, there we are. I am currently wearing my new bunny body that I got with the one I picked up a week or so ago. It's white, it's fluffy, and now has a very large poofy tail, which is pressed between me and the back of my chair. So, yes, it's very comfy and soft. Very fluffy. I'm also wearing under that a pair of red tights and a light blue leotard and fluffy pink slippers. Since Jackie is a subscriber, I don't have to worry about him missing that. Yes, I probably will continue this voice for as long as I cannot forget. And as you can see in the picture there, you can put, well, up to 4 of your passengers in there. They even picture the luggages in the back carriage area. Patty talked about adding it for a while. I guess I finally got around to that today. Sorry for the delay. I do try and get things done on time, but I'm bad about that. Now, this part is probably what intimidated me the most as a kid because, well, the instructions are a lot like the older castles. They're just like, put some stuff down on the board. Hopefully you can, not go cross-eyed counting. I smaller baggied all the other parts, but not the parts for this because they were amazingly the majority of the parts. Even though this set is like all about the airplane, the airport itself is like the big piece. All right. And I do apologize. Yes, I did actually take apart all the Legos last time. Don't worry, the fem voice is going to keep going for a while. I don't stop. Also, you can redeem it anytime you like. It's only 1,000 points. As you're subscribed right now, unless you have to actually leave. But I'll probably keep doing it for a while. Feel free to redeem it anytime you like. And look at all these pieces for this building. It's so huge. Little dude. Business suit with a suitcase. There's a police officer. There's a lady with a striped shirt and a suitcase. There's a employee of the airport. You can tell because her shirt has an airplane on it. She works there with airplane. But it had a lot of cool pieces like these big outward sloping windows. I think I'd only ever seen on the big floaty boats. And this was one of the first sets that had these big pop-in plastic window things. They're super common now, but this is one of the first sets where they existed. And I feel like it really gave this set an effect. Also, we had to put all of these little stripey stickers on everything, which is annoying. Really annoying. And if you can't tell, some of them are not quite perfectly straight. Just like me. Here's a sticker that's, I abused that one at some point. I stopped leaving that. It's going backwards. Where does that sticker go? It goes there. So when I'm building that, third four up is when that starts going in. Got it. All right, let's see what we can do. Can't have volume on right now. Probably won't be free till 10. Well, you know what? The redeem is still there. It's only 1,000 points. I know you have that many. I feel like crap. I am so sorry, Connor. I hope you feel better. Same. What happened with Connor? Yeah. Now, what's wrong, Connor? What's going on? What's going on? Or in. My apologies. Have to hold the paper. Four up and then put this 2 in. Catty corner and 1 over for the other one. A big white brick. Oh, there's another employee. Can't forget about Mr. Whiteshirt. He's another important employee here at the airport. He works at airport. Aren't you glad you work at airport? Here we have planes. I need a 4 and another 4. Tough day, and someone was treating me like a lesser person. That was mean. They treated me like I wasn't a human being. Still crying. And this stream is helping. Well, I'm glad I'm helping. And they should not treat you like that. You're a person. Or a fluffy. Doty. You're something, but you're definitely not a thing. You're an important. There's the other door. It's still together. We're just gonna pretend that wasn't still attached. Yeah, look at all those walls. They really give you the hookup on the cool wall here. A lot of big flat yellow squabbles. There. Oh good. More super counting guesswork. Lego, sometimes you make me grumpy. It's actually the luggage scanner thing, I believe. There's the 2. One more of those little flappers. There's one. Another piece that was kind of new right around this time, so they really wanted to make use of them, and I'm okay with that, because it's a neat piece. Blah. Okay. Count in 4, then this. I need the 3 block. 1 and over 2. Check. Skip 4 and back 1. Sure. Worry that back at the angle. All right. Skip 4 forward. This. Skip 4 forward from that and put this. Obviously, that's where they're putting some windows, but you know. We need those. We start multiplying. 1, 1, 2, 4. Couple of white chairs. We need a waiting area. An airport, after all. Majority of what you do is sit around and wait. 1, 2, it's a 3. Definitely a 3. Where the heck? There. Found the 3. Another 1. And a 2. Little window thingies. This is why I think it's kind of the luggage scanner from the way it acts. Cool. You would come into the airport with your luggage, you put it in there with the security guy, zips it through, and then drops it off on the luggage cart out front. And I will hydrate. Sorry about that. I'll have a little hot cocoa. How's that sound? Okay, everybody. Oh, and a Cheerio. Absolutely. Hugs. I treat them kind, but that's probably my my mood talking. Notch, 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 notch. Oh. And just further proof. Cheerios. With some additives. That's just good. A big upgrade from the freight airport to this passenger one. We went with a dialing phone now. We have buttons. I know. Big step, everybody. That. Like how in that step, we didn't put in second one on this one. This step, we put one in now. Would you wait? Just do it. Just do it. And because I know it's where the sticker's going to go, that all in. Oh, there was a flat white square. I just saw it. No, security guy comes in. He's there to check your stuff. You better be behaving. Girl with red pants is over here. She's at the service desk. It's a flat 2. That on. Flappy wall. There's the flat 2. Got a receiver and everything. Isn't that nice? The Lego lady can talk on that phone all day. You can call Delta Ticketing and find out why your ticket doesn't work right. That. Together. Old school shutter pieces, but they work really good for what they're doing here. And another 2 there. Check. 1. This is the one piece that I finally had decided to de-stick at some point in my life, and partially regret, partially don't, because that probably gotten broken a long time ago in storage. There's an extra luggage. I don't know why I just found it at some point and it just made into this set. So call that a bonus. All right, now. Well, I think the plastic windows were in these by default when you got them. So that was a little bit of a plus. Partially, I will say, when they introduced the 5 tall single beam pieces, it's both a blessing and a curse Lego-wise, because it meant they stopped giving you as many pieces, but it also meant you didn't have to worry about continuously lining up a bunch of ones in a tower. Even with Lego airports, luggage gets lost and shifted around. It does, and that's what happened here. Someone lost their bag, and it became someone else's. Doesn't go upstairs, I believe. The doors goes there. Goes there. Check. Angly bit. Heck, 1 on there. And there. And there. And there. Glaciers. Or there. Or there. 92. 8 wide. Another 4 over here. Giant tower of 1s. Okay, we're at the first floor. Really make it super visible. I apologize. It's off table there. So you see it better, I'm thinking you're saying, because I'm partially covering up my screen. Oh yeah, you can see that. You're good. All right. Next page. All right. Little bibbleboard goes over here. Add over luggage check. Don't screw with Mr. Lego TSA. This one goes here. Two little 3-balls. 3-ball. 3-ball. An 8-bar. Those are these big boys. There. There. And little yellow onesies. Right, then we get 4 of these up angles. Center or off center? Those are centered insect by 1 and 4. Two. Okay. More ones. Please tell me I found these for that. Oh, she's a white. Alright. White chairs up here. This is the upstairs airport lounge. You had to pay extra to be up here. You had to be part of like the Delta Flyer or Miles Club or something. They got coffee cups and everything. Ain't that swank? Orzos. And the flappy thing. Jeez, another luggage. How many extra luggages did I find when I was putting this set back together? There's a black flappy thing. There it is. That. Good old school analog Lego clock. Fables. Oh. Fable. Fours. That's 2 of those. Onezos. Let's continue on with that part of the next step. 2 more onesies. Deuce. A slanty. A deuce. Slanty. Flap. 1 and a slanty. 4 ones. In fact, we'll just go ahead and put the other E. That one. Finally, these. Then we put on tall side windows. And the slanty front windows. They're not telling me to put the windows panes in yet. I'm doing it anyway. Because I never take them out. Okay. Ceiling of the section goes on. This big yellow plate. Oh, all doofed in. So far, so neat, isn't it? You know, some of you younger ones are looking at it going, oh, this is boring, Stat. How did you keep entertained as a child? Back in the 1980s, this was the bee's knees. Okay. Chair. Big brick in front of him. With the third of that same computer screen from the same set. 2 side window holders. We're just gonna put Mr. Fancy Pants up here. This is his job. He gets to drive. Tell him what to do. Window. Window. A window. And amusingly, right now we're just gonna start putting fences out in front. This is the don't go there section. You're not allowed to walk on that particular grass until you're told you're allowed to. Is that the one you're coming from? I don't remember. Airports are so confusing. That is offset by 2 each direction. 3 of those. Those. Not on it or anything. They did put the white dot on. Ta-da. And out the roof. Long single goes on the back. 4 goes on. The 4 goes on the front, which doesn't fall off ever, obviously. These little wing pieces are used to connect the 2 windows, the fronts and the sides. All right. And flip it. Okay. There are parts to this. You go there. Extra luggages, they're going to go there. Transit. Do these because they're thing stubbers. More stickers from the 80s still stuck on. Noting that this is an airport. It's labeled that way. Called airport. Yeah. That boy, the square. That. 2 bendy biggers. We're actually a new part right around that time as well. Nice that you got a couple of them. And this flops up there. And the airport then has radar capability. And it spins. These little planks go here. And here. Surprisingly just out of range of that thing's spinner. There we are. The Lego Airport 1985 with a couple of suitcases that I apparently acquired at some point. Isn't that nice? But altogether, this with 4 road plates and lights to go around the runways and whatnot was actually a really nice setup. It was my first road plates, so I made a lot of buildings on those roads. They are in the other room, but I felt like bringing them out would be kind of superfluous. They wouldn't really bring anything to the table, as it were. Um, yeah. And see, that's what it would all look like with the roads. Little light pips everywhere. Lots of little white light pips. And they used 4x2 green short pieces as the board attachers, and the long, they were like 12 or whatever long greens for the end caps of the runway. Overall, it's a really fun set. I hope you've enjoyed that. Looks familiar. I may have had that when I was there. Wow, that is awesome! You too, twinsies! I'm just gonna follow those instructions and put them in the bag right now. Now that I've printed those, they are staying with the set, obviously. And put the baggies or the smaller portions in here too. Very important when rebuilding this. Having the sections sectioned off makes it a lot easier. Now, we'll scooch you over here. Stitch, you have an airport friend with a little luggage cart and a little airplane. Next, we're going to increase the air fleet. That's surprisingly fancy for an older set. I remember being more basic, but to be fair, I only started Legos around 90s, 2000s. Yeah, it was a 1985 set. Definitely was not one of the cheaper sets of the time, but definitely a very important one for me, and I really was so lucky to get that one. Mm. My parents understood how important Lego was to me, so how that became part of mine. Mm. This next set, this next set was one I actually bought off of eBay later, but it's one I really wanted when I was a kid. For obvious reasons, having had the airport, I wanted more stuff to go with it. Also, after I was taking it apart from the first time I put it together, surprised it fit in the small baggie. But yeah, it's another airplane. Another passenger one. Again, printed tailpiece. What up with that? Too many figures? Different dressed up guy. He's wearing a vest this time. I think that's the only one of that shirt I have. He has a suitcase. Pilot's shirt's in pretty good condition, actually. If you notice from my first the freight airplane, yeah, those little shiny bits don't last forever. And this is definitely classic Lego instructions. Looks like a giant fold-out map. And the plane's base is not much smaller than that one, because that one was the full bar plus one little square, and this is just the full bar. So it's nearly the same length. I'm back. Thanks. Now that I missed most of the building, you have not. I intend to keep building. There's going to be a lot more building. I'm not done yet. You missed a lot of that set, but you haven't missed all of it. I'm building another airplane. Stream's not even half over. I got lots to build. Trust me, there is way more under this table if I don't run out of time. I came more prepared this week than I did last week. This airplane is definitely a similar construct to the other one that I'd just done, but not too similar. It's a little different. Well, for one thing, it's a little bit shorter. Like 2 dits shorter, but that's still something. And they worked some interesting mechanics into this that I really kind of liked. I feel like it really added something to the set, the way they did that. So you'll see when we get there. Here's the 3D. Two really long black ones. One. Black loop around for up in front. And a tour to go behind the pilot's bum. And we'll put the wings on. I'm going to throw this thing at the wall. Aww. Your computer being a pooper. Okay. Stack up singles. Side. Solid one there. White slanty thing. White singies for this side. What are we using? 8 with a 6. Eight on the rear. 6 on the front. Okay. Little red wraparound on the front here. See this first, I'll put that. Two. Big flat 8. Oh, that's what's wrong. All right. The black one. Red one for here. A red one for there. And little blackies. And A. White twos there and there. Okay. Window. Or oneers. that one. The shelf. Other big angly bit. Finally. Fuffus. You're fuffusing at us. Why are you fuffusing? This is some of the interesting stuff because these are the light holder pieces for cars. They also have building spot on the back for the other direction. We're having those parts facing out. Curious, eh? Here's the other one. One more. One more. One more. Seriously, where are you? Good. Wheels. 2 chairs. There it is. Found it. I was about to be grumpy. All right, now the little computer piece. We're back to the button screen from the other, the freight airplane, which is okay. Honestly, that's perfectly cromulent. Let the nose come on. Side thingly. 3 chairs go in. You being just on the edge of the last edge there. So that first airplane was a 4-seater. This one's a 3-seater. So still nice big jet comparatively. Lots of Lego people can commute in these things. A single time. And I put this down here. Makes a cool stripe effect in the end. See, they wanted to make effects on the look of the jets. They looked cool without having to print special pieces. To do that, they did it with constructs. That feller. Looks like we put 2 with a short 2 on top of it. Here. Redlinger. Those are 8s with a 1 on just straight across on that side. Okay. Now the cool thing, those light holders that are put in backwards, that holds the engines. Isn't that neat? As a kid, I just couldn't figure out how they did that. As an adult, when I got this, I was like, oh my God, that's so neat. All right, flippy-doo. The spinner for the front. Next page, I don't stay there. Oh, spin-a-doodle. One has, I think it's actually a wider base than the other one, because the other one had, the other one is a 6-wide rear. So this one has an 8-wide rear axle. So it's a shorter plane, but with a wider rear footprint. Makes it a more stable bum. kind of like. Go. Put a red light on his belly. There you go. Belly button. Wheels on it. Spinner and the two facing backwards. Go. Bottom of the plane. Knew this was coming right away, so. Oh, here. Put the pilot in his slot. The next step, anyway. Little blinker. This little blinker. It's 4B. Feller on. Put the feller on. Go back. 3 in the red. 2er. Another flat onesie there. Okay. Break. Build that way. Kind of pushed in. You put 2 back here. This feller. It's a little diddly. All right, we're doing good. Cheating and putting this piece on now. Go. Go. Now. Side. Offset by 1. Spooper. He's just gonna leave his luggage on the spare seat because he's flying by himself. He's sitting all the way in the back because he wants to be cozy. Have little privacy since there's no one else on this flight. Time they do make them centered instead of tipped. Annoying, but you know, do what the instructions say. Go and finally put the roofs on. Amusingly, it has the same number of flippy roofs to that one, just one of them is in the rear for cargo access. The other ones are all on the front to access the singular passenger in his passenger compartment. Ta-da! That didn't sound right. There, ta-da! So that didn't get on there right. Goodness glaciers. Hi, love. I've been invaded by a Lego Benoy. It's a Lego Benoy.
How do you Lego?
Usually the only real hard part about getting these to close right is making sure that you're looping around the arms and any parts that might be sticking out a little further than they should. But in general, they're pretty darn solid constructs. Really small instructions too. Love that. That down there so I can put that away later. There, compare the two airplanes. These came out both around the same time. One with the airport and one separate. It's only a tiny bit shorter, but it does have one less window unit. Only 2 engines instead of 4. I believe it is bigger though than the freight airplane by just a hair. Yeah, I really wanted this one as a kid. I never got it as a kid. As an adult, found it on eBay. We're gonna stick down this same genre of constructs. Hey, Fopsy. Wow, it says hi. We're gonna stretch for a minute. Mm. Mm. Now, this one's a little tiny bit later. It actually came out a few years after those airplanes, but still in the same airplane construct style. Hi, Princess Wild. Now, when I bought this one off of eBay, it came with PDF type instructions, just like I have, and for that stuff I printed. I'm not mad about that. Instructions is instructions. But yeah, it's a great set. It's actually a larger freight plane compared to the first one I built last week. I believe that's even the bag that came in the mail. I do save those whenever possible. But it's sub-baggy the extra things, so I put the cabin and the everything else from the everything else. There it is. Knock the remote off. Since the little car one, I'll do that first. Popsy. Oh, there we go. Popsy, sweetie. You're a sweet, wonderful, soft fluff. You're a very good girl. You're such a pretty vixen. Love my beautiful vixen kid. She's so sweet and helpful and wonderful. Just is there to make my day better, and I know it. She's a good girl. She's a very good girl. She's a wonderful little Fopsy. Okay, it looks like I was supposed to build that first, but that's first. Okay. Add stink. Can we get the Prax instead? That would be nice. Oh, well, here we have actually a good example. This is the first of these sets in a while I've had newer wheels. Here are those for you. Notice newer wheels over older wheels. Newer wheels are individual and they're pokered on there, whereas the older wheels are using the single metal axle in between them. Apparently, Robin Hood and the bunny are riding the airplane now. Right. Light bulbs on the car. 2 goes the front, the square goes the back. A little airport trolley of some sort, which works for all sorts of airport stuff. Cargo and freight gotta be moved around, right? Well, this is one of the ways it's done. Little trucklers. Trunklers. Steering wheel. Little side panels. And you can tell this wasn't very much later because we still are at airport. He works at airport. By his shirt that says airport. There we go. Another ground effects vehicle from the later 80s. Tiny bit later than that. Those other sets. Not much though. Sorry guys, it fell off when I moved that.
You killed it. Congrats.
I wasn't trying to kill. They fell off when I moved the plane. I'm not the one that balanced people on top of the airplane. Since much of that was missed due to the ads, now I'm adding Lego Fox the table. There. He's down there. Stitch is hiding him. Okay. This set uses multiple types of wheels, big wheels and little wheels. Neat. Flatler. Thingy. Smajibble. Joysticks to drive it. Back seat.
I'm watching you. After what you did. You know what you did.
Marvin and Stitch are here watching me, pointing guns at me. I think I should be worried. And the one piece that's wrong on this set, I think it was actually missing when I got it. The grate on the back is supposed to be red. It's black. We're all going to be okay with that, right? Right. Lego murderer. Lego aliens now come arriving to take charge of the situation. Back from lurking. Welcome back from lurking. 2 airplanes and an airport in so far, and we're working on a 3rd airplane. And we made some other truckery. Things. Oh, that's supposed to be gray. Yes. Mess with your head when you look at them like this because the print doesn't always give you a clear look of what color you're supposed to be seeing. Okay. I was lurking this time of year. Brother came to visit, um, so I had to hang out with them. Think clouds are extra fluffy this year. Well, that's convenient. Hey, that and that. Definitely a later set because now we have flat fours. I think this was an 88 set. Not that much newer, but a little newer. It's a little bit of improved Lego technology, as it were. Cooper there. Square. And fighting. 2 10s, 2 8s. Well, the computer got sent out this morning, so pray they don't throw it this time and break the fans again. I'm gonna be fed up with FedEx. Guess you could say you're FedEx with the situation. I'll see myself. Yes, you can. Children. All right, this time on the front and on the back. Four on it. And angly. That's giving away fun for later. 4 and 3. Could end up with UPS. Then I'd be up Ship Creek without a paddle. You go with UPS. If you're fed up with UPS, the situation, then you're just requesting uppies. Ooh. Okay, let's see. White one. Angly thingamajig. Bonus beings to stay on the table. Three. See? Snaps on there. There. 4, 2. New simple math. Yay. 4. Front. 3. Flatting. The cool computer this time, it's got little altimeter gauges all over it, so it's actually a little more aeronautically. 2 wrist rest pieces. When you build enough of these kinds of airplane things, you recognize the wrist rest pieces as what they are. Wrist rest pieces. Next, there are 2 of these. Now they came up with the single window panel. This was a newer piece right around this time. Spotted it. 2 on there. 6. What's that? 2. That's a 4 and a 3. 3, 4, 3. Messing right. Dang. Oh, I know what I did. Dingleberry. Why isn't this lining up? Oh, a doofus. Pay attention, Caddy. Your builds. The big red slanty thing. Back. Also, yes, I'm still seeing myself out. It takes a moment. Puppies, please. Burgers taste so much better on the barbecue than on the foreman. They really do. Either gas or charcoal. Grill really makes a big difference. There. Or Tuesday. I've only made this one once or twice, so still in the level of it's fun. Three's there. 4. 3. 4 there. 3. A nosy. And like most LEGO airplanes, once I am aware for sure that I have cabin created for the pilot, goes in a slot. Okay. One of the labeled ones. They have a printed piece there. One for each side of the plane. Based around the original shipping logo still. We haven't changed that. Okay. 3. Short 2 on top. Another bendy. And 3 and a 4. 3 on the front, 4 on the back. Front. Clear. 2, a 3, a 3, LP. These go towards the rear. Here to angle the tail a bit. Up front, I need 2 short ones and a flat one. Flat one. Short ones. You haven't figured out from all of the other Lego airplanes we've done. Window. And Happy Piece. Did alter these a little bit. The older ones had 6 total dots around the top edge. The newer ones at this point only had 2 dots in the front. Two 6s, a flat 1, and a flat 4. Let's start with that part. 6. That. 6 here. One. Flat 4 there. Straight 4 behind it. Top of that go. Colors. White 6s. Now, roofie bits. This one just goes on. Tap on the rear bit. It's 2. 6. Symbol. Out a symbol. Offset by 1. Just like all the other planes, I do fold open, so we have that feature. Feature, not a bug. Go, she's a bit of a tube, and that's good. Now, wheel constructs. This time they're at least figuring out we're a little bit more intelligent. We just put the spinny wheel on. So. Wheels are a little bit more complicated in this one. Four. Couple of ones are stacked. Okay. Infers that way. There we go. Squares. Deliberate. Shoot. 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 Slots in. Go. Power on the back of that thing. We have a wooded pellet grill. It's Lego night. It is Maggie. And hi, Maggie, says the wild. Okay. 2 wingers. So this time they're trying to make sure you do this logical path. Trying. There. Ingen. Ingen. 1. Game spot. Ingen. Ingen. Wing. I'm gonna save there. Wing. Wing. Check. Reduce heat or take it off sooner. Or thermometers for your meat. I've grilled a few times, I'm never good at it. Takes practice. Anyways, to make cooking easier and learn from pets. I'm not good at it either, but I've had no issues grilling. Just cook it to temperature. There you go. Oh, and I was supposed to put the tail. So, the chow. Still print a piece on the tail. Not turn that into a sticker yet. Alright, now. Slap goes across the hole. Up. Little flat piece is basically your latch to make sure that the tail doesn't flap open. This. Say, nope, it's there. Concerned. No, I have spares though, so I could have fixed it, but very vexed. And totes for them to put in. Now they've actually changed up to being boxes. So they're loading up these little boxes in the plane. And because it has those sidebar natures, you actually can stick people in this front storage section, since they have the space for their arms to actually be. Now, the really bonus cool thing here is that is actually designed so that the tail of the plane can open for rear loading. This section can open up as well. You can have multiple ways to access the rear cargo, but it's got that, which it can then close again. Little white 4 square there. Keep it in place. Load her up. And comparing that to the red one from before, is actually ever so slightly longer. It's like a bit longer. Or is it the same length? I think it is. It's deceptive. I think they are the same length. Yeah, they are the same. That's cool. They both are four engine boys. Just has extra wheels because they know it's a heavier load. Here we are. Unless it's steak, then it takes more know-how. Steaks aren't that bad to do. There are two of those little baggies. How did I lose that? Cute. No, it's already in there. Didn't mess up. Back in there. Now what? Which set to do next? Big airplane. It's the one that actually has the stickers on the wing. It's the right stickers. No, I brought out 4 of the big wings, so we'll see if I have the right one. Not that it really makes a big difference, but no. I have 3 different versions of flap stickers. None of them are the same one. I'm just going to use that one. Good enough. Oof, I've been going for a few hours. That was 3 older Lego airplanes, all of the exact same style, different types, 2 passenger and 1 freight. Now we're going to do a big passenger plane. I think it's my biggest passenger plane too, so that's a thing. It's a brick. Leave the wing off the table for right now because space is a premium. This little bugger is saved for spare moments. In fact, I think, Stitch, you're gonna have to go. I need more space on my table. Extra things off that we're standing him up. Okay. Rick, big burly dumb guy that punches stuff. Got it. I punch it. Like a lot of these other big sets, I do try and pull this stuff out carefully. Otherwise, it'll just be a chaotic pile of mess. And this is around the era we had the jet engine pieces. Comparing that to the ones the white ones are, he's like, wow. Yeah, they got a little bit chunkier, didn't they? And this Mammer Jammer has 4 of those buggers on it. I don't know what's going on there. I don't remember those bits, but big. Oof. 4th jet. Stairs. Windows. Four. Bunch more windows stacked with them. You know you're in for a good time when there's a lot of Lego windows. And the big ass tail fin. Which, surprisingly, though some of the ones I have of this type are not, that is a printed tail fin. So cool on that. Not a sticker. Hashtag not a sticker. More windows. Roof. Flappy fins. Those are used to do the wing flaps, actually. Remember, right? You know it's gonna be a big plane when I keep pulling out more windows. I think there was ground effect vehicles with this that were not separated out. So, in the middle of the mix, looks of it. Oh, look, a sink window. I don't believe me. Oh, no, I know. More windows. I'm back with Nom. Sorry it took so long. What did I miss? The airplanes. From Big Punchy Man Brick to gun-toting Mexican dwarf with 2 guns. Was gonna use the M word, but that might upset Automod. Once I finish sorting some more pieces out here, I will pull up the airplanes that I finished and give you a quick look at all 3 of them. Roof. The nose cone, which, comparing that to the length of one of these planes, about half its length. Roof for the door hole. Can I get the instruction? No, they're quite in there still. Look. More windows. And a passenger. A door. At the very least, I like to get all the big pieces out at once. That way, they're all out of the way. Here's a little chopper. I want a little more space. I did bring out several large jets, but at the rate this one is taking space up, probably not going to get any more of the big boys out this week. They're not going to get done, more just there's only so much table. Short people M word. Oh. We'll go with dwarf. Dwarf is a safe word. More wheels. More chairs. Oh. It looks like we're clear. But this is the jet we're building today, this time. It ain't small. Don't go crazy. Don't go crazy. Don't go crazy. There. It's second door. Yes, this is one of the few modern Lego planes with a second door. Hydrate. I only say it because it's fun to say. You're allowed. Cocoa. Pilot. Only a little different than the originals at the moment. He has a red tie. Another passenger. Oh, look. More windows. The other single, at least, found that. Super chairs. You can tell you're in for a good Lego flight when you keep finding more chairs. I did get it mostly sorted before it was all poured out, so that makes the remainder of what I'm going to do easier. Basically, if it feels logical, I'm doing a little more sorting. Past that, I'm stopping at it. Going into build phase. Okay. I want to go back to the 90s when I can say stuff and not offend anyone. You still offended people. It's just a question of whether or not said anything. Oh, look, it's a luggage. You can have a luggage. Over there. On flat. Bump. Or bump. Or bump. Gray rectangle. Slanties. Handle. Those. Them things. Spike. Okay. Pretty thinned out. I think we can work. I mean, yes, but no. Honestly, being trans much more like possible today, even as much as it sucks. Can't say the one word for transmissions without offending someone. Southern version of transmissions. The 90s was not fun as the nostalgia usually. Facts. All right. Mr. Orange Vest already has his waggle sticks. Most of them are all built. Apparently, we are building the inside of the plane in this first section. All right. Need 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 chairs. This is one little section of this plane already exceeds the maximum passenger quantity of that first plane. Oh, I was going to show Nepal the things we'd already built. Go ahead and do this. Here we have the airplane from the airport. It is a 4-seater with a little luggage rack in the rear. 4 engines. Nice size. Now, just 2 dots shorter than it, I add this secondary build here. Ooh, that little plane's neat. Yeah, back in the day, that was huge. This one is only 2 dots short lengthwise. It has only 2 instead of 3 window sets because it has an extra bit of extension back here. Storage space in the rear. It's a 3-seater. Engines on the side, which was really cool. This one was an eBay find at some point. The other one was my original from when I was a little kid. I'd wanted that one as a little kid, but can't get everything you want. And this freight plane that was built in the 80s, like 88, I think, a little bit later, its tail flaps open for access. It's got a little flap roof on that section too. And 4 engines. Extra 2 wheels on the rear. It has a flap side as well and carries containers instead of just blocks like the older freight did. You can actually open up and store things in. So it's got 3 of those in there. And because this plane is using these panels, actually space. If you sat a Lego man in on that flat surface, it actually fit horizontally. Unlike my original freight plane, you can actually store people in there if you wanted. Ooh, I love that other one. How that other one opens up. I don't want to offend anyone, but if I get yelled at for using common words for certain things like slowing mechanisms for heavy vehicles or shorter versions of transmission, that's what I have issues with. How old is that set? Um, the first airport and the other passenger plane are both 85s. That freight plane, I believe, was 88. I mean, it's just a matter of knowing your audience and company. Context, people, context. One of those from the is from 1985. Not sure about the other one. My blank in my car broke and I get yelled at. You won't get yelled at if you're talking about it directly referencing your car. You're generally pretty safe there. You don't want to use that word referencing person. Unless they identify as that, in which point, then you're fair game. Also, Jaeger. Yingling. Lager. Why did I say Jaeger? I was just red Jaeger. Yingling Lager. Delicious beer. Nothing better. Mmm. Mmm. Tastes like Pottsville. Okay, next interior piece. Actually find it interesting that we're building the interior of the plane first. Where's this little bevel? There it is. I smoothed these parts out pretty darn well. How am I messing this up? Need 5 more chairs. There we go. Swiveler. Non-swiveler. They go in a bit. Right. Blue 2. Blue 2. Great. Great. Blue 2. Yellow splibbly. Yellow splibblies. And a big slanty beller. Right, yellow on these fellers. Well, that's where the luggage goes. Grab those in your little slots. There you go, buddies. These deucers, tall deucers, with a big gray slantamajigs. Over there with a friend. And a flat blue across the top. One more chair. The other two are the pilot seats. Thought that's what this was. The bendy parts of the bendies. Hey, I see Asafan. Where did you go? There you are. No, I did not. Green cone and yellow cone. Green cone. Stand up. Friend needs to stand next to you. Your bottles. Brady thing. Handle. Two wine glasses. We have service cart. It actually has a little docking place in the plane, which is legit kind of nifty. Let me see. Transaxle? No, there's another word for it. Used I use in the time with fixing cars on a grandpa. And the engine brake. Your grandpa is using out of date terms. It's a grandpa. We accept that. That's why context is important. But my point is, terms aren't accurate now for what you're discussing. LOL, I know. Times change, people change, language changes. Nice. Actual service can't cart that can stow away. Yeah, isn't that neat? All right, now. Last of these things. This is the front cabin. That's it. The deuce. Wibbler bibbler. And a couple of claws. Use those as like gifters and whatnot. I actually approve. I think that's a really good use of that. That filler. We have 3 computery screens. 2 the same and 1 more screenly. Fine. I'll put them on, then I'll show them off. That'll be easier. Then I can actually hold them more easily. You can see they have 2 sets of controls for the pilots and 1 like radar bit in the middle there. Other 2 chairs. Yay. This plane has 12 passenger seats and 2 pilot seats. That's a lot of seats. For a Lego plane, anyway. Don't believe it. Those are the double boopers. So, vent on the one side, pointed towards the pilot's head. And they're one of those. He's got to have fresh air. I mean, that's critical. I think it's neat. Oh, paragraph. Throw my 2 cents in. I'm not that attached to words or terms. Oh, that word's offensive now. All right, I'll stop using it. It does get confusing when a term changes at the top, at the tip of a hat, or the half people use the term for something while others use it for another. I find it more annoying whenever someone yells at me for using a word that I didn't realize I was actually using a slur. And it's just like in my head, that's a normal word. And someone tells me how much of a bad word I'm using. I'm like, what does that mean? When did it mean that? Oh, well, they used to use that back in the Bajiggles let go. Well, that's then. Think about then. All right, now this one goes uppies. A little arch goes across there. So there's a little way for them to squeeze through if they wanted to. A little vent goes there. We got a little pilot seat section. It's like we have 4 little squabs of of plain innards completed. I will probably be side bagging this little cart when I take this apart. Fun fact for later. And not a stick. There's an antenna. Two gray short slants. Sticky outie by 1. This higgledy-biggledy. The stairs. This thing. Where's the little... Under there. There is a little... It's dark gray. Where are you? Up, and there you are. Or... Then we need black square and the 2 things with LC. No, I don't believe it. All right, so we have a little loading stairs with the airplane, which is taller than the other airplanes. You get it, Patty. I'm yell at for being offensive when I don't realize it. Tell me why. Don't just yell at me or hate me for it. There we go. Added the 4-letter C word that is short for raccoon to the banned terms list. If you need to know why, look it up. Yeah, that's one of the ones I got yelled at for. I didn't realize that was so much of a slur. I knew it used to be. I thought that was no longer. I thought that was past, but I was wrong. I just thought that was the correct word you would use to reference a raccoon in a cute way. No, that's a bad word. Don't use that word. Doesn't matter how cute you think it sounds. Not cute anymore. Thing is, who that was referencing, isn't it extra offensive that the Asian guy from UHF was named Cooney? I'm not saying a swear word here. I'm saying the character's name, which was Cooney. It's like they used the wrong slur to name the guy. You used the wrong side. You're supposed to pick the other half of the game. All right, square. Angle. I don't think I'm going to worry about getting that. Separating out that stairs. That was actually a really small bit of all these pieces. That. Deuce. Deuce. A square. And apparently it's a good idea now to attach the tailpiece. Notice how much longer than any of those airplanes this is. We don't even have the front end on it yet. Also twice as wide. It is equal, exactly, the body is 4 wide, whereas those ones are, or it's 8 wide, and those are 4 wide. Yeah, it's a word I've been meaning to add to list for a while. Just remembered to do it. I'd forgotten that. I mean, Asian isn't who you can solve that. Exactly. It doesn't match. Yes, it's not insulting them due to that, but that's just confusing. Don't make Caddy's head spin. It's not fair. Hmm. Hmm. I picked up the case of Yingling bottles when I was at the store. Not regretting it. Only about 21 for the 24 pack, so I'd say that's valid. If I'm only drinking one a night, it's not terrible. Not trouble. And I'm only drinking them on, so far I've only drinking. I've only drinking 2 of them. One yesterday and one today. It sounds like I've drank more. I haven't even finished drinking one tonight. And this is on one of the Lego sets where they weren't totally holding your hand like they are in more modern sets. Like, yeah, put all that shit in. Just all of that. Work the whole length of your booty knot. Before I take apart that one, because it had the little single square that looked like it was kind of breaking, I'm pretty sure I have some spares of those, so I may swap that out with a newer one. It's those. You can't hear it. Popsy has crashed. Popsy.exe has crashed. Also, I don't think Kuni is unreasonable for an Asian name. Little research. Unaida is the last name of a famous wheelchair tennis player. Sounds really hard to me. That's fair. I'm not complaining about it. Other than the fact that hey, language tries to make my head spin. Okay, that's up. Now for the front boy. On the front, double stack in the back set. Well, it is more of a dent. That makes more sense. And a yellow square on each of them. That snapper's on the front. We just do the best to correct mistakes when we learn what's wrong. I know my biggest is that actually the white wing? It's supposed to be the white one. Hold on, I'm gonna go get the white wing. I know where that one is. I just didn't think I'd pick the thing with white. I'd just get another gray. Almost all of them are gray. I'll set that back on the TV section. I don't need that one. AFK for like 2 seconds. While I carefully get back into position. Yep. Yep. That's sitting on an uncomfortable way. That's better. Fun wing fact. I have quite a few of these full-length wing pieces from these larger planes. Like 8 or so of them, at least. I think only 2 of them are not gray. This is one of them. The other one is purple. Like lavender purple. This has already gotten awkward on the counter. Perfect. More fun that way. 626. Section. Should leave 2 space on the front. Good. I'm lined up correctly then. 6. That a 4? That is a 4. Ooh, 666. 666. I know where there's the space there. That's where the doors go. 626B. Stupid keyboard. Thanks, laptop keyboard, for make me make more typos than normal. Oh, a mechanical keyboard. Do you have a space you can plug it in there? I mean, 482. 4, 8. 442. 4, 4. Hmm. 4. Quiet. Front half of that. 2 more gray tunes. I mean, look how huge this is. It's like multiple of those planes put together. That is so awesome. Well, it has two USB ports and my mouse. Those are in those. Really need to get you like a USB hub for if you're in special zone, as it were. Okay. Swivel chairs. Swivel chairs goes in the front before the window. Swivels on the left. Right. This one goes in the middle of the window. And the food cart goes in the rear sector. Fit in there. Straight. Walk straight. I'm not either, but we gotta make do, buddy. Supposed to be something on there. No. Oh, there was. I'm missing boots there. I am. A faucet went on there. Breaks whole thing. Perfect. Put the drinks in as soon as I get it in. I feel like that'd be a really good place to put one of those grates, but that's me. Okay, I think everybody is squunched in. There we are. We have our 12 passenger seats, plus the drinks cart section in the rear. Two Angley's go in the rear. Just before the yellow piece. Like 2 spots between. Correct. Double twos on each of those points. I'm trying to do this as much on camera as I can, but once you start dealing with huge objects, it starts to get difficult. So this is a first class only plane. They have economy too. Those are the economy seats. Trust me, they're by the engine. They're gonna be loud as F there. Single windows are in the back. Let's line everything else with the doubles. In one at the moment. Dum-dum. Wanders. All right. Windowed. Now, 6 flats, an 8 flat. That's first. Let's try to put that piece where it belongs, do I? 8, 6 flat. 8 flat goes across the bum. That. Now, 6, 2. Two, a 1, and a hand. There we go. Why am I missing so many things? Double check that ring stand piece. I feel like I messed that up more than I thought. Yeah, it does have a tour in the front of it. I'd missed putting the cloth on initially. Decorative. Tour. Ah. 1. 8, 8, 6, 6, 8, 8. Eight, 6, 8. 8, 6, 8. Oh, and now I put the pilot section. Is your captain loading in? I'm getting pushed into the front of the ship. Please stand by for the docking procedure. There we go. We are ready to roll. Up. Why is that not lining up? Oh, those chairs are supposed to be slightly forward. Misunderstand. Didn't understand. Doesn't matter. Now we're back together again. La, 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 la. Captain, get in your seat. I'll move slightly forward. Fixed. Now. 4. A 3er. 6. And 3 2s. And place that way. That way. There. And they are telling me to put the pilot in already, so hey, I did the right thing. I'm ahead of the instructions. go in. That's the maitre d'. He's going getting ready to serve it. So you're the only one actually flying on this plane, buddy. You can pay for first class. You're stuck in coach. No free upgrades today. Right, sticks in. I think I messed anything up yet. The nose. Go. Plane's got a nose now. Two that have slots. Doors go in. So far, so good. Now, not have door slots are about to be attacked together. One gets the number in the end. Numbers on the back one. Got it. Rear or rear. Got it. Okay, this one. Flip egg. And we put a lid on it. He doesn't get to fly. He's going to stand on his stairs. I get stairs. All right, now take the two doors. Each get two little blue dots on them. They're decorative or whatever, I guess. Smaller handpiece goes towards there, facing outward. Shoulder of the robot arm goes that. That's a little spot. We'll be okay. Film it came to rock the fuffin' house and kick some ass. What we gonna do with all the cash? Smoke hash. Crash. Big old bash, oh. Everyone is invited to the bash. I failed. Oh yeah, that one gameplay is broken, that's why. Let's leave that one closed for now. Let's see if I have a spare right arms I can swing to that now for, but just to explain, actually have these set so they will swivel outward. Like a real airplane door. Well, they don't pop off. It was an interesting construct they did for those. I'm not gonna complain about it. We put two white squares on the back here. There. There. did. Over, we're gonna flip it over. I'm gonna do that. Say loose. Not entirely. I think we're okay. All right, now for the rear wheel. Race flip. Fizzler. Wheel mounts. Black pegs. Gray tubes. These big, whatever the hell they are. And then that mounts on the inner and the base of the plane. Okay. Now, these. Take them together at the bottom. There. Do that a second time. Take together at the bottom. Attach it like that. Put it on a gray thingy. All these here wheels. Got that in the next step too. Now you, Fibbler do. Gray stick. Brown repeg. Jam your butt up there. Jam. Now we make 4 engines. All right. Take one of these. 4 of these bibbly bops. Bing jang them on there. Little stubber on the bum. That. For the flaplet and the cone. Ta-da! Okay, those are all together. Go in the butt of an engine. It just kind of chills in there. Four. All right, so each of these things offset by 1. Flabblers on the back, and then on top of an engine. Okay, now all other inner wing slots. Cone fell off, buddy. Cone in there. Well, they go forward. Why would I have messed that up? Go. All right, we have the engines in. Oh, the cones fell off again. Wheels rotate under, which is good. All right, now these go together. Good luck. We're all counting on you. LOL. It's been a long time since I saw the movie. Same. Aw, 2 hours ago. We have sub the act. Yay! Pulled out the Last Starfighter movie and Flight of the Navigator. Love those movies. Good choices, children. Good choices. Knees on the edges. Wings. There. And there. Then we put on the extra flap of wing because this plane wasn't big enough. Oh, and the tail fin pieces now. With fins. And the big sailboat in the back. The final step is just like lights on it and stuff. Yeah. Itty bitty green dot all the way on that end. Itty bitty red dot all the way on this end. Me. Forward. Big tail blip. And that. Not sure what the extra clause for. I'm just gonna put it back in the bag and say it's got a reason. It's bound to. There we are, a plane basically that takes up my entire table. And if you hadn't guessed, if you had the airport I put together 2 weeks ago and had the skyway to get to a plane, it would easily line up with one of these doors. Easy for loading and unloading passengers, theoretically. Since I want to actually keep doing things, I'm going to flap its flaps up. Get as far over here as I can. We're going to continue. Somehow. Not another giant one. Definitely not. What time is it? It's kind of middle of the road. I think this will work good. May have to move him off the table temporarily. I'll bring him up for the closure to look at as well. But for now, he's gonna sit on the floor. White zones for loading and unloading. That last Starfighter is kind of a lost gem. It is. This is one I actually looked at a lot in the store and didn't buy. I eventually bought off of the eBays. Other one was set that also had some like ground effect vehicles with it, but they're not in this particular instruction book, so they're not in here. They're in the other room, still in bags. I just build ground effect vehicles as I need them, not because I have to, because they're part of a set. Since we did build a giant plane and some old school planes, we'll build a medium size, 6 wider. Pilot with red necktie option. And this will be the bag sets 2, 3, and 4. AKA pile 1, 1, and 1. And this one does not use a big wing construct, however, have rather good sized wings, I'm happy to say. Yet another fun way to construct engines. Oh, and a passenger, apparently. There we go. Somebody to ride in the plane. Let's do step 1 because I have those pieces visible. Aider. 2 of these base pieces. Mm, 2x4. The gray aider, it looks like. With the rest of the winglet pieces. There's 1. There's 2 more underbellies. Usually that is about the same length as that passenger plane. So right now. long bars. Oolong Fu, thanks for everything. Oh, we are making it longer. Not done yet. And nosy bit. Because you gotta be nosy. You can't not be nosy. Pilot's chair. You gotta sit somewhere. These big long technique gray bars on sides. And get his two little control panels wherever they are. Luggage over there, buddy. Where I lightly sort as I'm trying to find the piece I'm looking for. Roof. 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 Beanbos. Cup holder. Windows. Or wingish pieces. One of them. The yellow dot that goes on it left. Oh, and his computer. It's that particular like majigger. More sinksies. Red 4. White flats. Bars. Jonas. Only so much layer left here. There it is. Yay. Dials in it. Sad Mao. Apparently, the arthritis in my lumbar. That's why my back hurts. Ow. Oof. I have neurofibrosis. That's the cause of my pain. Ow. I'm sorry you cuties are in pain. You feel better. Orbos. Front end. Two 8ers followed by two single grays. jeez. How are you? How are you even? Single each of those. Chair. Red square. Chair. Lots more red square action going on in front of him. Get the full square. Get the full square. Get a full square. Stop there. Chairs. There we go. My condition isn't treatable per se. Arthritis is to extent. I'm sorry. Hopefully you can like get painkillers or whatever to help you manage anything you're owied from. I hate to think any of you kids are feeling the ouch. That big fluffer. Big gray 6. That wangle dangle. Smajinger. That's at that joint. So it's structural and pleasant to look at. Oh, and they do use those vents. Good, I was just guessing. Vents. There we go. Wing. Loop the pig. Crunchy Muncher. Check. Tom Bottomer. Check. White Deuce. Checked. Ankle Bangle. And a deuce. Loop and apply. Looped. Applied. Amusingly, I think that's about the same size as the Slubon wing and the shape of it. So that's kind of neat that the Slubon piece does in one piece what Lego had to do with a bunch. But, you know, 6 and 1/2 does the other. 6s and a 4. Bonus, though, that we are latching down the wing right now before we even start to move on to the next one. Prevent it from falling off. Amusingly, one wing was in one bag set and the next wing is in the next bag set. That's that's strategic. I'll give Lego a point on that. TLDR, my condition causes tumor growth on the nerves. Ew. Stupid tumor. For once, he's not a tumor. wing. Vent thingy. Other vent thingy. Little white vents. Loop the pig. Plunger goes in the front. White 2. Nectadoodle. Bangle. Finally, on swing. Back 2. Loop it. Fly it. Same exact pattern. There we be. So far, it's got wings. That is Red Bull. Knock on wood, they haven't found anything cancer. No, don't do it. I don't. We don't need none of that. Nope. No. No. Blue. Gray with holes. 8, 2. White 2. Holes. Blue 2. Additional blue 2s on top of those ones. White 4s. Heck, that guy. You don't get no windows. That's the shitty seat. In between 2 engines and no window. That's economy. Windowed. 2 vertical deuces on the front. Check. 2 blue 4s, then 2 flat. There's a 20% chance of developing. No. There's a 0% chance Miss Echo deserves that. So that we're going to say it's going to be a 0% chance. Here's hoping it doesn't. Yeah. Yeah, we're going to go with that's not going to happen. Miss Echo's going to always be there because she's amazing. We love her. Stuff. Also, she's never late. That's like a bonus point to all that. There we go. Much of the cabin's been created. Oh, we're putting the hat on the front. We are putting the captain in his chair. Alright, I'm in my chair. I'm ready for flight. we're going to be taking off in a few hours. There's a delay on the tarmac. Honestly, I don't mind these sets being used. They're Legos. They only wear out so much anyway, so there are 2 sets like this. So blah blah blah. Blangle. 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 Underneath. Doobity doo. Doobity doo. Since you're the only one on the flight, I'm gonna put you up front. You're gonna put your suitcase in the absolute tail end. That's future use problem. Made the roof in 2 sections of 3 units. Make it easier to take off. You can more easily get in and get to your Lego dudes. I like that. I like it. It's nice. Wait, is there a flat piece missing? No, it's there. I see it. Roof. Most of the plane has a roof. Oh, and the rest of the plane gets a roof. Put the butt piece on. And we're on the bag set for the last section. All right. Light on it. We need scrunger. Oops. Flat hat. I'll put the wing tips in up position just for space issues. But just think about they can go flat down. This. A little red dot. Unfortunately, those do wear out. But I do have some spare red lights. Not that big a deal. Still attaches, if not completely detrimental situation. All right, now. Where? White splooper. Double holesy. Stabber. Stabber. That's how these engines are mounted. All right, make 2 of these. 2 blue dips. Thank you, Paul. I've been super lucky to this point. There's a 100% chance Caddy is a cute good girl. No, that's not 100% chance. It's like a 0%. No, it's, you're welcome, Miss Echo. Always hoping for the best for my friends. Absolutely, we do. Booms. Vent. Vent. Angle. 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 Top of the X-Wing engines. My first Lego X-Wing had these as its engines. We'll put that on a future put a pin in it stream. All right, now. Are these bibblers? Spinker. Everything dots forward. And that goes on the ass end of one of them. The output. Start. That away. Clanks on. Front end. Of these. Will stick. The gear on it. That jams right on the front end. Let's do that again. Let's just go in there. Let's see. I'm going to plop that in. There we are. Made. Also, 100% chance Nepal is also a cute good girl. Well, that we're sure of. We know Nepal is a good girl. 100% chance right there. All right, now Floop the pig. His luggage is going places. Fifth circle. Yes. That circle. Okay. The red square pole goes just after him. Big crossbar back there. Feeling the wheels are goes in the third hole, where I thought it went. Good. I have them facing forward at this time. Oh, they have these facing back. Interesting structural choice. Feeling we're at flibbity boop. Yeah, we're at flibbity boop back. Your luggage may have shifted during flight, dude. Sorry about that. Now we have sticker, not printed. A minor grumble, grumble, grumble. I have a little vent piece I didn't use somewhere. I don't know where I missed putting a vent piece on. I'm not going to take the whole damn thing apart and try and figure it out. I'm just going to leave it in the bag and figure it out next time. There we go. This actually had a tow machine, if you can see the instructions there. So it had a front end tow hook so you could taxi it around a lot. I think I have the airport builds from that year as well. Also, I find it kind of amusing. They're advertising what sets are on display here. They said this big airport. Okay, they do just see that one. They don't say the other one that I built today. Doubling down. Put that in there. We'll just put a pin in that for next time. I'm sure it belongs on there somewhere where it's extra and I'm dumb. Either way. Here we are. Little fella. I'm a good girl, Silly Lily. I'm a good girl. Only if Caddy is a good girl. Now to make him admit it. I'm a good girl. We love the plane. It's a good plane. It's a pretty good size one. And we'll go back to comparing it to Red Belly here. From the 80s, 85. It's that much longer. And it's 1 dot wider. Bring up Big Majammers here, which is, again, 2 dots wider and that much longer. And a lot more wingspan by far. Nifty, eh? Ugh, so far so good. Time check. 13. Got loads of time left. Who's next over here? May set both those on the floor so I have space to build. I think we'll go freight. Oh, one of my favorite Lego freight planes out of the cabinet, the boxes. The last one I did of these was the freight with props. This is the freight with jet engine. Hehe, I state again, you have a bigger fleet than Spirit when it went out. I probably do. This is just what I built today. We have 5 so far built today. I'm about to build a 6th one. There are more under this table that I haven't built yet. There are quite a few more back in the storage. Some already built, sitting on top of my city. Let's just say there's a few Lego airplanes involved in this situation. That's another one that had some ground effect vehicles. We don't have any of them out right now. We just have the plane. But this is the particular jet in question. He's another Chungus. He's pretty chung. I'm okay with that. I actually really like it for that. All these big pointy nose cone ones. Like all the other ones out of this type. Big ass. These. Yeah, I'd consider not doing this just because it's big. it doesn't necessarily mean it's a lot more building, comparatively. A lot of times with the bigger ones, they just end up using a lot of bigger constructs, like big base, big long slabs that connect things. Think about it. A lot of the side, it's sitting right there. It's not as much time as it would seem. You know, this other heavy plane when it's got 4 of those little Chunger engines. And we have a slightly more casually dressed pilot today. He doesn't have a jacket on. He's just a dress shirt and tie kind of pilot. I'm actually, we're just gonna get this plane on the effing tarmac. We got stuff to do. Yeah. There's no one in this plane but me, so I need to sit back and relax. There is no in-flight service. I packed a lunch. Wing goon, wing goose. Small piece of base. Flat. Air cargo. Remember that. Oh, only flappy wings are in the back, so that saves that. The only thing I have to think about. Well, I bought myself something. Those are all in the back. What I can dump. Carefully dump. Truffle dump. More roof. More button. Alright, nothing in the bag. We are. That's a big ass storage bag. Hi, cutie. You're a good Lion King. Oh, hi, Dayrock. Welcome in. We built a lot of airplanes so far tonight. We're going to build another one. Why? That seems like a good idea. This would be a 3-bag set plane from the look on the instructions. Stubblies. On the short bips. That thing. 6 plank and another 6 plank and a half. Those flatties. Console. Handle. Check. The plank. Got one of them. There's another one. Sad enough, they're gonna merge with JetBlue, but a certain person said no. Another one. And a 6 blank. And a 6 blank, not a 4 blank. There it is. I see it. That goes that way. Oh, that way. Yeah, it would actually make a lot more sense, wouldn't it? All right. 2 more poppers. And a bottom boop. Boop, 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 boop. Boom, bada, bada, boom, boom. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, bada, bada, boom, boom. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, bada, bada, boom, boom. Fun part is, I understand why that's there. You'll all find out soon enough. This feller? You just like skip to, yeah, knew you had that thing. Oh no, I missed the page. That was pages were stuck together. Oh, ram it. There was multiple places that was stuck. So this thing gets green 2 behind there. Structural. Jack. 2 big long whitelings. Uh, 8. And a 2. Come on, guys. Embrace the mighty N. Star a piece. Now I need Shortlinger. Need Florf. Right now, we do this bibbly bip. That dingle anger there. I need 2 deuces. We'll need that in a second. Stay there. There's 1. There's 2. And this fella goes on there. Oh, good. I need another one. Eh, found it. Yay. Wait, not yet on that. Get on. Get yourself, catty. Stop rushing. Skip step. How we mess things up? That. 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 Do those. There we go. And this snaps onto there. Not super secret. You can figure out what the hand was for now. Locked into place. Right, and one of these big flaps. Beat it, flaps. One more of those. One more of those. First three are easy to find. For those rest of roofs. Big slippy thing over there. Oh, I have 4 in there. Oh. Look, I already have it in there. Silly little be jamming. Happens. You're jamming my boop boop. Boop boop. Boom body body boop boop. Boop boop. Boop boop. Boom body body boop boop. Okay. It's in there. Snap it on the next piece of base. You take a couple more of these little sprinkers. You jam them in the little diddly doos. Jammed. Jammed. Take this thing. Schmickety smack it on there. Schmickety smacked. You take 2 of the green doozers. One right there. Right there. You take another one. Yeah. And put it like that. There you go. Get those in there. Totally didn't redeem any. Oh, jeez. I'm a teacup line, silly Lily. I'm a teacup line. I'm a little bitty teacup line to be on a teacup on your desk. I'm gonna say hello, silly Lily, who's somehow still smaller than me. I'm on a teacup on your desk. I'm here to brighten up your day and make you smile. I am a teacup lion. Sorry, missed that. Big honking underbars. Yeah. Boom 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 body body boom 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 body body boom boom. Wink. Wink. And then a little bibbler. And 2 more on the end of that. Ooh. It almost flicked off into existence. This thing. Or put the gradient. Put the weird clunker brick in there. Remember right, this is a pain in the ass to get out. And these side bibblers. Two top dot single boys. That is the pilot zone. Oh, flat flapper there. Okay, I didn't miss that yet. Right. Go there, which connects all of those pieces together. 2 of these long ass gray boys. More underbelly structure. I think I was gonna let you ignore that. I was like, no, you would not have. I understand. I apologize. I do my best to get the redeems in there. You paid your points, you get what you paid for. Not like you had to pay money for the points, but you earned them from sitting there in chat here for ages. Boom, 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 bada, bada, boom, 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 bada, bada, boom, boom. Paint. That is not flat. Wait for with boops. There you are. Okay, next. On Gray Boy. Jack. One of these green forbers. And a gray for dot top. Yeah. Next, two big gray square burrs for the forward. It's for the forward cargo compartment. We are ready for cargo. Plop that bad boy. Or these little spibbles. Spib. Bib. Bib. And finally, spit. Three gray vents. There. One in front of each of those little angled angles. And the two captain's chairs get placed in there. And an ad break will be starting soon. You all survive. I have faith in you. Your ability to survive ads. Ring 2. And the wide red 6E. Not you. Go over there with your buddies. This thing, which has a lot of console sticker going on. Middle control panel. I like that. And we have the other two. We have the regular dials and bezels. This gray thing going the midways outward. Other angle. Bound to be around here somewhere. There it is. And then with a little like radar. For the co-pilot seat. Ta-da! Hardware. Okay. It does have stickers. I'm going to see if I have the right stickered wing for this one. I do. That's that one. All right. Now the next bag set. Sort, sort, sort. Man, that was a lot of pouring out there. Glad y'all made it through that without too much hassle. Do those flapped backwards. And 2 green squares. Go. Working on rear structure. Looks like this bag set is basically the entire top chassis of the plane. 2 more of those little gray skimpy walls facing inward. Another thing I thought was using those instead of 2 of the big regular old-fashioned bricks. 4, 2, and 8. 2, 4, 6, 8. Who do we appreciate? Caddy, Caddy, go Caddy. At some point, put more of those on. An 8, a 4, and a 2. At least they're alternating, making it more structurally sound. Oh, 2 more 2s in the back there. And a sidebar 6. Another 4. Do with the triangles. Uh, 4, then the big white boy here. All right, 2, 6, and 4. 4. 4 goes there. 6. 6. This will be about the right amount of time, too. That's a good thing. Timing was better tonight. Better than last Lego night. Oh, big boy. All right. 3 6s and a 4. Or 2 6s and a 4. Eeks. Eeks. 4. We date across a river. I figured that was coming. Flanker 2. Little peeper window. They're not the proper windows, but I'm not complaining. All right, now 8 across and 2 little 3s. That adds a lot of stability because those are partially on flatness, so now they're all yanked in real good. And as usual, my apologies for anything that isn't completely on camera at all times. I only have so much table space, and I need to be able to find pieces and be able to attach things to this massive plane. 4/8. This is also around the time I feel they were pretty balanced with, splitting things up into steps, but not making them pointlessly largely split into steps. I think we're about to put the other bendy on that. I'm good at this game. Bendy, a single 2 on the other end of it, and 2 more of those 2x3s. On the other end, the bendy, and those 2x3 boys. 4 3s. That's called piece padding. That could have been 2 6s. Licky is because I didn't learn from earlier. You're allowed to lick. I don't mind puppy licks. Or kitty licks. White 6s. Those. 4 white 6s? 4 white 6s, yeah, because that's the ones in the back, too. And on the rear one, we cap it off. Okay, so it's built on there, and that's life. Still feel there are some needless level steps and stuff like that. All right, now for the rear spiegel. One with markings specifically. All right, now you go to the rear, so cargo first on this side. And air. Side air. Blinker. Cargo. 2 more splinkies. This feller. And that gets built on. Go. Now we're building some other stuff. Doors and that, I believe. Alright, that. Little boobity boop. Right here. Good. Two of these stacked. And this comes the flap for the rear door. No. See? No. Your cargo door fully functional. Sorry, Captain. Didn't mean to bother you there. Toss up hairball. Still not mine. Caddy colored. There. All right, now. A big piece of roof. Bibble. Bibble. Lib and flap. Lib and flap. Bibble. Bibble. Unlike the other cargo plane I had put together, it has two full 8 wide doors to get in and out of the cargo bays. The front bay, however, is actually a full 12 or 11 dots long. Rear cargo hold is, what was that? 2? That's 10 dots long. That's pretty cool. And that's the rest of the regular roof. Snap that bad boy on there. Curse at every moment because you're trying to attach all these little things that are not necessarily playing nicely. Go. Yeah, I'm glad I was putting those other planes on the floor for right now. It's making life easier. I will learn my lesson. Probably not. The lesson is you need to keep being cute. You have learned, you're good at it. 2 white deucers. 2 white singies. Let's see. These double highs. 4 cross. Green line. That is now the front cargo door. There we are. I believe this one even came with a loader lift so you could easily slide cargo containers into place. Oh, good. Put the nose cone on. Good. Pilot's now more safe from my shenanigans. Green dot. Red dot. All right, now the rear fuselage. Okay, bag 6. Engines, wheel carriages, and butt. Apparently, we start with the butt. We put all 6 black blinkers in there. We are not messing around. This shiz gets stability. Oh, these were a pain in the butt to get out. I'm remembering this, and there's like no way for even the piece separator to be really helpful here. They're just pain and suffering. That's gonna be fun later. Ooh. From my Arflin and my U butt to the bunny butt of Caddy. The butt. Best part. Butts are really good parts. Not gonna lie. Thing. Snap that bad boy on there. You know I'm going to compare this to the other cargo plane and the other big passenger plane size-wise once I'm there. I got them all in. Yay! It's scrunked. Boop it. That on there. To be honest, since I don't want the back just flooping open randomly, transiting that to there. That'll hold that shut. I believe this will be, yeah, make 4 of these. For these sloopers. Sloop. Sloop. Lanty. Loop. Loop. Slanty. Loop. Loop. Slanty. Loop. Loop. Slanty. Gray 6 panel. Gray 6 panel. Gray 6 panel. Gray 6 panel. Engines each get a little white bit on the front. And mount. White dit. White dit. Mount. White dit. Mount. I already have the blades in them because there's no reason to take those out. That's one of those I don't take it apart when taking it apart. And they make good airbags when you fall. Butts are amazing parts because they hold the tails. They do. All right, now these are all full splilled on the point. I like it when they use the whole mounting point. They feel a little more secure, even though the actual engine is only up there with 6 out of its 8 points. Upside down. I might as well keep it upside down for right now. Make the next thing easier. Right now, stick to these fellers that need holders. Doot. Doot. Boobin. And then you mount the, what do we got with that? That goes in the hole. Next, make the back wheels. This. All these fellas. Mount the wheels. And they're facing forward. It always confuses me when they do that. I feel like you'd want to have them facing backwards for stability, but I suppose there's reasons. Where exactly do we mount? 1, 2, 3, 4.5 circles left on. 3, 4.5. That's the point where they go. All right. It's a good thing they didn't do the tail fin first there. Actually, a smarter transit. Arr. Also, there's 2 3s left. I don't know where the hell those went, or that one green square. Looks like we're almost done. Those. Where I think might be the security bit. 2 3s were supposed to go somewhere. Nope, no, they're still up. They're coming. This goes on its verbal spot. Then the 2 3Bs. Square is further stability to make sure that the tailpipe doesn't open. Woo! Oh. Oh, Lord. What's a cannibal's favorite song? Head and shoulders, knees and toes. Oh my God, Crystal. Yeah, Crystal, you get an oh my God for that one. Head, shoulders, knees and toes, knees and toes. Head, shoulders, knees and toes, knees and toes. All right, so the obvious important comparison is this big boy to this little guy. Both are 4-edged critters. One seems a little bit chunky. He can pop that. Open up his butt too. And I have the bottom secured down as well. Drop it for now. Full access sidebar. There you go. Yeah, not bad, honestly. I don't think I want to start another one, at least nothing big. I can do that little tiny one. I have time for that. But yeah, this one holds the large cargo skids. They are 4 wide, 4x6. So you can get 2 skids in the back, 2 in the front, plus some small box up there as well. Pretty awesome. Some small box in the back here too. Ooh. That was a fun build. Still have a lot of stuff left to drink and eat. The air works better when you take the lid off. But I also bring up the other passenger plane to show you a comparison on those two. You back in your corner. Maybe snap. Where? That back under there. Kind of hard to have them both on the table at the same time. But they are pretty darn near the same length. Looks like they are the same total. So yay. There's that. They are both ginormous jets. I built 6 planes tonight, helicopter, and a handful of ground things so far. Caddy is fun line to watch. Yeah. Those are two of my favorite of the bigger jets, partly because they're the quad jet critters. Additionally, because it's super long, and they both seem to be fully embracing the form. This one being double doored, and that one being 2 big cargo holds. Still am mad that both of my big cargo planes, this section is basically just sacrificed as non-space. Very much agreed. I'm definitely not going to do another one of the biggies. I have several more of those sitting out here right now. Red one and a blue one. But we're not going to do any more big boys tonight for Thor. I got a little teeny one here. I can do that. Stick. And the other 2 planes. This one, I have to cheat. I did not print the instructions because it wanted to be like 12 pages for this, for the way that the PDF was. I would just open up on my screen. It's another little one from my childhood that I actually was mine from a bajillion years ago. I'm not going to be able to read chat here for a hot second. I apologize about that. But there's the PDF. I'll come back and look at chat as soon as I'm done. All right, this one has 2 dudes. That's Mr. Sticks. As Mr. Dress Shirt. Mr. Dress Shirt apparently owns a plane. Because, of course he does. 8, 4. Right. There. That's black square. Tunes. Little flap. Actually, the nose of this particular plane. Up there. He's actually hanging off a little weird, which is okay because they're about to be stabilized. With a little bitty flappy wings. We had a couple of those last week. To be honest, this is definitely a very favorite one to play with as a kid. It was such a quick, easy build when I wanted to make it. As you can see, there's not a lot of pieces. That spleeps go there. 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 Computer. Computer goes there. You drop a 2 in the hole. The propellers go on. Stay there. I don't need you. Propellers go on. White forvers go on top of them. Make a housed prop engine. Now see if I can get Mr. Pilot in there so I don't have to worry about him later. Okay, now this feller thing on it. Rump. Black diddler there. Angle bangle. One of these fellers on top. Black 2 goes in the hole. Flapper. Up to there. Oh wait, I did that. Flapper to there. I think I've never built this one before. How very dare. Caddy made a mistake. I'm at 11. Alright, another 2 goes in that hole. Couple of 1 dumps. Nose coming on now. Up in China. Bingo. Rear back. Okay. Couple loose. Air. Air. Red light under the butt. That's his pooper hole. That. 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 Got wheels now. Single wheels. I did like how the smaller planes that had the single wheel piece for. Our roof flap. Linked in. Tail fin. And I'm just, yeah. Green light, red light on the tips. I mean, it's nothing really special, but when you already have an airport, just having a little kind of Cessna kind of critter thrown in there. A little guy with the signal flaps. Kind of nice. It's a little critter to be at the airport. I can actually read chat again. Sorry about that. You're kind of proving the almost entertaining part of this by being a blatant lie. Nah, it's almost entertaining. We're working on being entertaining. One of these days I'll hit entertaining. Not today. We're not getting there so far. There we go. Yeah, we are a little after 1. I definitely don't feel like starting to any of the other bigger majiggers. I have a few more like medium-sized critters. I think I'll save those till next week, next Friday. So, your little bonus bit for today is you take stuff apart. You're gonna actually watch some of the take apart phase. Put down your flaps. Caddy is definitely adorable. No. We're kind of proving the yeah, no, no, no. No, 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 no. I mean, I was gonna do this anyway. You might as well see it on camera. Please enjoy the disassembly phase. Because Lego has 2 phases: make phase and unmake phase. We're in the unmake phase right now. Again, I was going to do this tonight anyway. Might as well do it on camera. Way you can enjoy it. I don't know where you're getting this Caddy's adorable thing going on. That's sounds like fibs to me. Sounds like puppyganda. Boink. Oh, hoy, minoi. Minoi, minoi. Boom, boom. Boom, boom. Boom, body, body, boom, boom. Boom, boom. Boom, boom. Boom, body, body, boom, boom. That makes it easier. On the propeller off. Nose end off. And it's 2 propellers. Notice I'm keeping the set number and name right on the front there so I can more easily locate that when I go to look it up next time. I was not wasting 12 pages of printing to have that not even be able to fit in a little baggie with it, so that would have been a waste. Both paper and, well, find a way to deal with it, so. There we go. So are you. Save for many consequences, I sign my death warrant, I feel. All right. Oh, who's next? Those ones, I guess. Yeah, first to be built. They're getting torn apart now. Honestly, this is definitely one of my favorite sets I've ever got. This airport here. It's got a lot going on, it's actually functional because I know I did that. This little slide through here is a place for the luggage to get checked. A little sticker that was on that wall in there says there's food upstairs, planes out that way, and baggage check right back there in the hall. Reception, the little snackatarium, the tower, and just the fact that it has this giant ass for the time airplane. I love that airplane. That airplane is mwah, absolutely fabulous. You're part of the main section. You just go and get there. I'm in danger. Remember how many points the fall has. You know, Crystal, you have a good point. Crystal. Crystal, sweetie. You're a good girl, little puppy fluff. Who's a good little arfy arfer? You're a good little bark bark. Bark for me, little good puppy. Bark bark. You're such a cutie pie. A well-behaved little helper. Thank you for keeping me company while I build Legos and stuff and play silly games monotonously. I'm glad you're here. You're a good girl, Silly Lily. Good girl. Personally, I feel like I'd rather have the swivel underneath the chair upstairs there than underneath the satellite. Like, it'd be more cool to have swivel seat on the in the tower. Caddy's opinion, of course. Caddy's opinions are obviously not the opinions of Lego or Lego associates. They are Caddy's alone. Please don't take Caddy's opinions as the opinions of any corporation or foreign entity. Unless you are that foreign entity who happens to also then somehow be Caddy. In which case, that's a really interesting conundrum, and I guess you can do that. Elsewise, don't. I just had to poke the bear. Meow, you poked the Rena, not the bear. You can play at that. Just unlimited. See what I mean about a beer lasts me more than a stream? I still have a hit left on that thing. I get focused. I'm not sitting there drinking booze. Seriously, last Friday after I got off, I went pee and then I went right into doing this. Wait, I started doing this, then I went to pee. So, difference being tonight, you're watching me do it. There it is. I saw it fly. Boom, 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 boom. Body, body, boom, boom. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, body, body, boom, boom. And their receptionist. Take your telephone and go away. We like the rotary one from last week better. Blink, 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 blink. Here, as I'm taking this apart, I will show you that sticker. It's on the inside. Shows food upstairs, planes out that way, and luggage right here. Boom, 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 body, body, boom, 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 body, body, boom, boom. I gotta remember, one of those things had a broken red light. I think it was the medium-sized plane, and the smaller passenger jet, the one that when I want to see if I can find a flat single to replace its cracked one. But I'm happy I printed those instructions out. Or have that visible just in case on the other side. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Blink, blink, blink. Obviously, the lights on your paddles like I did the other guy. Yeah, that one also needed, that one needed a robot arm. I'll see if I have find one of those in the map store. I know I have spares of all of those pieces too, so not anywhere near a big deal. Question of how long it takes me to find one. Much air out of there as I can, because I don't want that to be a low problem mill or another bag. Yep. It is interesting how both that helicopter and airplane take up I use the same bag size for. Pretty cool helicopter, isn't it? Caddy is bedtime. I know. I need to take apart stuff anyway, so I was using a little bit of my the stream as on stream and taking apart on stream. Because to be quite honest, once I ended stream, this is what I was going to be doing anyway. So, the only difference is you get to see it. I consider that a bonus. Take apart is way faster than put together. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, body, body, boom, boom. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, body, body, boom, boom. I want to get back in Nepal, but I also want VIP. Nepal. Yes, Jack. I'm a good girl. Yes, you are. In Nepal, Nepal, sweetie, you're a very good girl. You're a pretty little plushy girl. You're a sweet, soft little plushy girl. So wonderful and loved by everybody. All of the community really loves seeing your wonderful face and hearing your pretty voice. You're a good girl, Nepal. Very, very good girl. Thank you for being such a good little plushie, Nepal. Thank you for being so well appreciated. You're a good girl. Blushes red, but but what? But, what's this butt stuff about? What are you talking about butt stuff? This is a wholesome Christian Minecraft server. I'm talking about butt stuff here. Almost done with this piece. Invisible Man redeemed Lovey Talk. I didn't do it. There's no name attached to the redeem. Apparently. I don't question things though. Redeem shows up, I'll take it. Yeah. Maybe because it was Jack twice. I don't know. Could have been. I'm not sure. And I don't see Jack like specifically taking credit for it, so we'll never know. Unless Jack, chimes in and says so. But in that case, we know. For now, we don't know. There are known knowns and known unknowns. Looks like a little bit of black and red light on that one too. Yeah, you got a chip, but you're okay. You're good enough. And I have one that goes on the underbelly on this anyway, so let's just designate that one to be the underbelly one. It doesn't need edges. Hmm. You're talking about the one for me? Yes. Yeah, the Lovey Talk doesn't have a name attached to it. It just is. Mysterious. Yes, it was Jack. As a mod, I can see who it is. Redeemed it. No, I attached Nepal's name to the redeem. At least I thought I did. You did. It's just it didn't say Jack next to it in the stream, which is interesting. I don't know why it skipped that part of it. Okay, it was confused as to why there was no name attached to the name. No, your name didn't show. You did the redeem like you paid for it. Yeah. Which is weird. That was about move it. They'll drive me nuts. It's fixed. Still blows my mind that back then a 4-seater airplane was huge as far as Lego goes. And then I also built the 12-seater passenger, 12 passenger plane with 2 pilots faces. Like, what? Boom, boom, boom. Boom, bada, bada, boom, boom. Boom, boom. Boom, boom. Boom, bada, bada, boom, boom. Point. Oh yeah, it was probably because I did 2 redeems at once. Yeah, I'm guessing that's why. It makes sense. Makes sense. Bing, bing, bing. All right. Whole airport set. Fully disassembled. Rebagged. Super short answer. That is a really fun one to build. No question. All right. Who's next? No, keep your wing on for right now. I'm losing parts till I'm ready. You need a new robot, and I may leave you constructed till after stream, and I will deal with that. There's that one. Take apart the little boy here. That's yours. This is here. Silly Lily is sipping. It's because you're sipping, Lily. Sipping, Lily? I liked it. Put these 2 in their baggies and put the baggies on the top of the stack. Mm, 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 mm. I did get to build several of my favorite type sets today, so there's that. I enjoyed that part of this. Includes some sets that I remember when they came out and I wished I got them then. Eventually got later. And other ones that are actually ones that I got as a kid and still have. I kind of remember this one being on the available to purchase list, but it's one of those vaguer memory type ones. But I'm really glad I spotted it on eBay at some point. I was like, it's a red cargo airplane in the style of those other ones that I love from my childhood. Let's pull that back. Pull that back. There we go. The two went flying. Have to find that. No questions. Ooch. Scooch. I'm between my legs. Probably rolled. Ah, there it is. Found it. Oh, wait. Better part about this one's deconstruct. The pieces I most get concerned about making sure make it in flatly are the wings, and its wings are then right on top. So, right away, wings are in, and there they fit. Also, you can see from the with the roof off, that cargo interior goes all the way, smooth all the way through there. I could put more of those crates or whatever in there all the way back. Kinda neat. Lego airplanes are just so cool. I really love the constructs they've done for these over the years. And by far, no, we are not done looking at Lego airplanes on Friday nights. Heck, there's probably another Friday night worth of Lego planes sitting on the floor next to me right now, so keep that in mind. If anyone's curious, my stipulations as to when I would separate things, like they have those in a different bag, have to have a full separate instruction book. If their instruction book is part of the main kit, as it were, then I can't bag them separately because then they'd be bagged without an instruction. This way they're in with whatever it says how to build that particular thingy. And if, whenever possible, I usually do what I'm doing here. If there are two things in a bag effectively, I do small baggy the additional items, so they're at least easier to deal with in the reconstructs. All right. That one's disassembled. If they didn't fall apart, you could probably hang them from the ceiling using fish. Bob, he's threatened to make me do that. I've decided not to. Definitely the fear of them falling down would be quite big. You need a light potentially, but I'm not going to worry about that. That's a low problem. You need a part and you need a part, so you're definitely staying out after the stream, and I might take them apart tomorrow after I've had a chance to go look in my drawers for the needed bits. Pulls out the Craggle. No, we do not Craggle Legos. That's verboten. If I Craggle the Legos, I can't build the Lego again. It's stuck. Patty needs to be able to rebuild and build. Half the fun of Legos. Build it, unbuild it, rebuild it, unbuild it, rebuild it again. Build it different. Build it in some strange way that you just like went, man, what if the wings were on backwards? Or, I don't know, anything. Use your imagination. Yes, I just used my teeth to pull that out. Don't judge too hard. What about getting a sheet of plexi and hang that from the ceiling? And that's a possibility. I kind of like that idea. It would gain dust, though. I'd have to occasionally go up there and dust the plexi. Not exactly a giant problem, more of a, that'd be an annoying problem. I pick everything out from that one. I did not. Bad caddy. Seriously, that often amazes me how small the container can be for what turns into such a large object. Going to a specific ocean. One will be chose in advance. Caddy dear. He has to clean up though. Yeah, honestly, Echo, I would be doing this off camera anyway, so I'm just doing it with the camera turned on. Figure you might as well get to enjoy this as much as I am right now. Don't worry, we're not starting anything new. We are just disassembling. In fact, I'm probably not going to finish all of it. I'm already feeling a little bit getting close to done mentally. I still have three planes to take apart. Two of which needs parts replaced, which I was leaving those tomorrow for sure. Because I'm not going in the back room and digging through the parts drawers while Popsy is sleeping in earshot. That would be mean. I'm not that kind of rude. Make enough noise while he's Mama Popsy's sleeping. Do not need to do something specifically. Parts shuffling noises. That'd be mean. I don't do that. Why do that? The back room. Well, technically, the family room is the back room, so. Back in the day, before the back rooms was a thing. Jingle, jingle, pay attention, jingle, jingle. Is it yellow and has constant buzzing noise? No. Actually got a bit of a pink hue thanks to the lights I put in that room. There we go. Another plane down. Boondoggle. Let's make sure things are going on that side. The destruction. Make sure the instruction is more easily visible later. I'm glad I built what I did tonight. Daddy isn't even singing the cleanup song. Is he really cleaning up? What cleanup song? Oh, there was a cleanup song. It was that a me growing up thing? Probably from some cartoon or a show that you watched that I didn't. Or that came on during a show during a time when you were watching it and it wasn't there till after then. Hard to say. When clean up, everyone do their share, clean up. Yeah, no, you got me on that one. Never heard it. Oh, it was off too. Wingly. I'm off and out of the way. Let's see if these are actually going to come off. Pretty sure that was from Barney. It was, I think it was Barney, honestly. According to my mom, I watched that a lot as a kid. That's fair. I didn't watch any of that till I was adult ages. Didn't really watch much of it. Barney and I have a love-hate relationship. And yeah, it's weird. It's complicated. It's complicated. Let that sit for a minute. I'll get some of these engines off. Does nothing want to come apart tonight? Got them all out. Uh, Where's the littles at? They would know. And it is complicated because you have a suit of him. I have multiple suits of him and Baby Bop. Trust me, it's way more complicated than that and not something I really feel like explaining on stream. Those I can get leverage on. Yeah, just on the bottom. Noise. At least that's obviously findable. Go. Be that way. I'll get to you in a sec. I get the feeling someone has Grimace and the green dino from Barney. Don't have a Grimace. They do have the green dinosaur from Barney. That's Baby Bop. I can't imagine how hot being Grimace would be. I bet you that would not be a fun one. I mean, you're just a giant taste bud. Spoiler alert, that's what Grimace is. He's a taste bud. Oh, there we go. Ratchet it off. Wow, I didn't know that. Why would it be purple? I don't. Because like 60s and 70s. One does not ask questions why they picked what colors they did. One just walks away slowly when McDonald's characters are referenced. It's safer that way. McDonald characters. Characters that really make you think the words bad touch. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. I'm telling about it. Get all but those two apart tonight. I'll call that good enough. And those two, I will look for flat square, a robot arm. That should be pretty simple. Oh. This point, off the bottom. Wheels, wheels. Wheels on the plane go in the bag, in the bag, in the bag. The wheels of the plane go in the bag, so Caddy can finish. Miss Echo's foot is going tip tip tap, tip tip tap, tip tip tap. Miss Echo's foot's probably going tip tip tap, wondering why Kate's not done yet. Caddy's paws go rush, 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 rush. Caddy's paws go rush, rush, rush. So he's not in too much trouble. Hey, you may not have got the cleanup song, but you got a song. Is that good enough? We're rating? I did not know yet. Didn't Barney have a Triceratops too, a pink one? No, but he did have a little orange, another source similar to BJ and Baby Bop. Riff that came out late. They had both a yellow and green, whatever the hell those are. And I will figure out who we're rating in a moment. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. They're creeping it. Also, we can talk about the name BJ. Yeah, yeah. The name BJ. Are you sure about that? Yeah. Yeah, he loves BJ. BJ's his favorite thing. He loves BJ. He loves it when people say, hey, you like being called BJ? I love when you call me BJ. Okay. That'll do. All but one of the set, all but two of the sets I put together tonight, taken apart. Oh. Apart this little tiny bit too. Since I decided just goes in there. It's in that instruction book and it's itty bitty. At least I can be one step on the way. Don't forget where that goes. Feel the wings. Taking off stuff off the edges that would be more hazardous. Side the onions off. All right. I will deal with the rest of that tomorrow, as well as that one, after I found the missing replacement bits. I mean, there's a store for the same name. Almost like people in corporations think, or well, don't think. Okay. Ooh. Let's go see who's the raid target. Who's gonna get raid tonight. Who is actually on that I'm going to send people over to? He actually available? He shouldn't be. It's in the morning. Oh, Timmy's sleeping. I'm not rating off to sleeping. That's definitely not happening. Nope, he already stopped streaming, so I can't raid to him. Rated to Hero last night, so I'm gonna go with Zaldar because he's actually on. That's a good system. I'm rated him because he exists. A-L-A-R. Riley. Thank you, Nepal. Hey, what's a good name for grocery store chain? Oh, I know. BJ's. Yep. Doink. All right, raid process started. It looks like he's playing 3D editor or something. And they wonder why we laugh at them. All right. All of you have a great rest of your night. I will see you again Sunday night for Burger Stand 1 with Nepal. We'll be heading to the Doll Headlands and Monday night at 7 for VR chat. Tuesday and Thursday should be Prison Architect. Wednesday, assuming he's up for it, will be more Burger Stand 3 with Nepal with Nilet. And of course, next Friday, more Legos. I already have quite a few sets sitting under the table for building next week. We will see what I do and don't do. Until then, you're all awesome. Stay special, stay fabulous, and now see you next time on Sunday. Good night, everybody. Meow.